It is Varaprasad versus Alpha Man in the Breakout Elevator Division. Rank 12 hunting rank 11 as we hit 10:28 a.m. ET.
At 10:28 a.m. ET, Alpha Man holds rank 11 with negative $13,871.12, while Varaprasad trails at rank 12 with negative $14,143.07, a narrow but painful gap.
Momentum check at 10:28 a.m. ET. Varaprasad is down $14,140.04 over the window, while Alpha Man has slipped $13,868.6. Statistically similar deterioration.
Alpha Man's trough hit negative $15,514.47 earlier today, while Varaprasad's worst print is negative $14,143.07 as of 10:28 a.m. ET. That is deeper volatility on the leader.
Aggression meter is ice cold. 0 shares traded for both through 10:28 a.m. ET, but Varaprasad has touched 3 stocks, while Alpha Man is concentrated in 1.
One minute earlier at 10:26 a.m. ET, KRES carved out negative $8,261.73 for Varaprasad, a brutal expansion from negative $6,124.98 to negative $14,386.71.
Alpha Man clings to rank 11 at negative $13,871.12 at 10:28 a.m. ET, while Varaprasad stalks at negative $14,143.07. This is a knife fight for survival.
Alpha Man peaked at $3,583.51 earlier in the week before sliding to negative $13,871.12 as of 10:28 a.m. ET. That is a full sentiment reversal.
Through 58 minutes of action, both warriors are fully unrealized and fully exposed at 10:28 a.m. ET, and only one can climb toward that $1,000 first prize.
At 10:26 a.m. ET, TDC added another negative $1,533.47 to Varaprasad, moving that line from negative $12,715.605 to negative $14,249.07.
Varaprasad trades broader with 3 stocks, while Alpha Man stands concentrated in 1. And at 10:28 a.m. ET, the diversification has not yet paid off. At 10:31 a.m. ET, Goldie Gold surges to $5,083 total as PLTR prints plus $786, and the throne of the breakout has a new king.
At 10:31 a.m. ET, SQQ slams Chidambara Raja for negative $7,425 and drags the total to negative $11670. That is leverage cutting both ways.
KR detonates at 10:31 a.m. ET for negative $1,885 against Rahul Davis, and the total spirals to negative $3,163.5. That is a momentum wipeout.
AAPL keeps bleeding at 10:31 a.m. ET, negative $2,911.35 for Lakangosali, and that places the account deep in the red column.
Gasping. At 10:31 a.m. ET, PNW declines another negative $4,442.78 for Varaprasad Goli extending the cumulative loss to negative $14,607.6, an extreme volatility cluster.
Tangent tags Sudhir Kumar Chitla at 10:31 a.m. ET for negative $1,463.5, and the mid-table just got shakier.
As of 10:31 a.m. ET, the leaderboard reads Goldie Gold $5,083, Abhijit Kaktikar $4,495, and then a steep drop to the rest of the field, that is separation.
At 10:35 a.m. ET Goldie, gold is season rank 1 with $5,083, and the throne of the Breakout has a brand new champion in neon green.
At 10:35 a.m. ET, TQQ inflicts a negative $4,165 swing on Chidambara Raja, expanding total losses to negative $11,470 in a leveraged cascade.
Pan W detonates for negative $4,675.88 at 10:35 a.m. ET against Varaprasad Goli, and the drop toward negative $14,825.72 is brutal.
Meta registers negative $1,474.5 at 10:35 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, a concentrated single symbol drawdown shaping rank 6.
Crying loudly, SecQQ rips negative $8,435 at 10:35 a.m. ET from Roshan, Rob Palin, and that sends him plunging near the bottom of the elevator shaft.
Statistically, at 10:35 a.m. ET, the spread between Goldie Gold at $5,083 and second place at $4,467 is narrowing, yet still decisive.
At 10:39 a.m. ET, Goldie Gold is back on top with $5,083, and the throne of the breakout is glowing green once again.
Gasping. Observe the magnitude. At 10:39 a.m. ET, AMZ alone accounts for a $5,572 positive displacement, statistically one of the most efficient single-symbol reversals today.
Crying loudly, and MU piles on for negative $1,356.5 at 10:39 a.m. ET. Rahul Davis is getting combo hit back to back.
Pan W unleashes a brutal negative $4,786.88 at 10:39 a.m. ET, and Varaprasad Goli is dragged to negative $14,926.73. The volatility is merciless.
Heis QQQ slams Roshan. AAPL for negative $8,505 at 10:39 a.m. ET, and that drops him straight to negative $8,505 overall. No hedge, just pain.
GLW flashes green for $352.65 at 10:38 a.m. ET, and Saikiran Shed sneaks up to $261.05 total. That is a quiet ladder climb.
At 10:43 a.m. ET, Goldie Gold stands tall with $5,083, reclaiming the summit of the breakout and planting the flag at rank 1.
Quantitatively staggering. At 10:43 a.m. ET, that AMZ reversal adds $5,586 and compresses the gap to the leader to barely a few $100.
Another SQQ detonation at 10:43 a.m. ET, negative $7,415, crushing Chidambara Raja to negative $11,650 total. The basement floor is cracking.
At 10:43 a.m. ET, Meta subtracts $1,484.5 from Sudhir Kumar Chitla, statistically modest compared to the carnage elsewhere, yet sufficient to anchor him at negative $1,484.5.
Pan W and KR Ruiz form a brutal combo at 10:42 a.m. ET, slicing $4,881.23 and $8,591.4 to bury Varaprasad Goli at negative $15,152.06. At 10:47 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar unleashes AMSN for a $6,038 surge, rocketing his total to $5,323 and fortifying rank 1 in the breakout.
Gasping, as of 10:47 a.m. ET, Goldie Gold holds $5,083, a narrow delta behind first place, statistically within striking distance, should volatility rotate upward.
SQQQ strikes like lightning at 10:47 a.m. ET, negative $8,755, and Roshan Raw Palan is buried at negative $8,755 in rank 9.
Groaning. Will not let Rahul Davis breathe. Another negative $1,155.5 at 10:47 a.m. ET, dragging him to negative $3,169 and rank 8.
AP slices at 10:46 a.m. ET for negative $2,991.3, and Lakan Gorsali is dragged to negative $3,018.6. The elevator cable is fraying. It is rank 1 versus rank 2 in the breakout. Anusha 25_12 leading Goldie $5,747 to $5,083 as of 10:52 a.m. ET. A razor thin throne at the top.
Gasping, momentum analysis at 10:52 a.m. ET shows Anusha 25_12 up $5,761 over the window versus Goldie up $5,086, both improving but the leader compounding slightly faster.
And at 10:51 a.m. ET, MSFT clipped Anusha 25_12 for -$799, trimming the symbol back to $5,663. Even leaders bleed on rotation.
Activity metrics at 10:52 a.m. ET show Goldie trading 14200 shares across 3 stocks, while Anusha 25_12 reports 0 shares across 2 positions, radically different aggression profiles.
Goldie touched $7,392 earlier in the window but sits at $5,083 at 10:52 a.m. ET, while Anusha 25_12 peaks exactly at $5,747 now, steadier climb versus hotter spike.
Statistically notable, at 10:52 a.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 holds $5,747 in total PNL, with 0 realized and 5,747 unrealized, a pure open exposure thesis.
From -$813 at the trough to $5,083 at 10:52 a.m. ET, Goldie survived the dip, but Anusha 25_12 dug out from -$922 to $5,747, slightly deeper scar tissue.
Gasping, intensity contrast at 10:52 a.m. ET, Goldie categorized as active, while Anusha 25_12 shows low activity, yet the quieter book currently leads in absolute dollars.
But right now at 10:52 a.m. ET, it is 5,747 for Anusha 25_12 and 5,083 for Goldie. Realized discipline chasing unrealized conviction.
At 10:55 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar still reigns supreme with $5,939, the throne intact even after turbulence.
Hi. He did give back $689 on MSFT at 10:55 a.m. ET, but when you are up nearly $6,000, you can afford a paper cut.
Gospy Gold holds second at $5,083 as of 10:55 a.m. ET, statistically stable but no fresh catalyst in this burst window.
AMD spikes $378.78 at 10:54 a.m. ET, and Harsh Tambat muscles up to $434.06, tightening his grip on third place.
AAPL carves out another negative $2,856.75 at 10:55 a.m. ET, and Lakhang Gorsali is stuck at negative 2856.75, no diversification, just pain.
SQQ obliterates $8,975 at 10:55 a.m. ET, and Roshan. Rob Hallen free falls to negative 8,975. That is a vertical drop.
Karu S erased $14,420.57 at 10:54 a.m. ET, and Ravi Kiran Goli is sitting at negative 14420.57, that is the kind of hit that ends weeks.
Eleven a.m. ET, and Abhijit Kaktakar is detonating the ceiling, up $6,103 at 11 a.m. ET. After that monstrous AM Zen surge, the throne is reinforced with steel.
Gasping Gold holds second at $5,083 as of 11 a.m. ET, statistically within striking distance, yet no longer dictating tempo.
Quiet grind from Harsh Tambat. AMD adds $362.73 at 11 a.m. ET and lifts him to $456.73 total. Not flashy, but it pays the bills.
MU and KR double tap Rahul Davis at 11 a.m. ET, negative 929 on MU and negative 2,280.5 on KR, dragging him to negative 3,209.5 overall.
Groaning. Pan W bleeds $5,475.08 at 11 a.m. ET, and KRS carves off another 8981.01, Varaprasad Goli, now negative 16264.28, that is compounding pain.
SQQ hammers Roshan, Rob Palin for negative $9,015 at 11 a.m. ET. That inverse rocket just misfired spectacularly.
AAPL dumps negative $2,772.9 at 11 a.m. ET, and Lakhan Gursali is stuck at negative 2772.9, the basement door just slams shut.
Gasping, TSLA reverses $317.5 at 11 a.m. ET for Harsh Goyal, shifting him from modest green to negative 236.1, a fragile edge erased.
At 11:03 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar detonates AM Zen for plus $6,750 and storms the $6,174 total, a throne-seizing blast at the top of the breakout.
Gasping, leaderboard check at 11:03 a.m. ET. Goldie Gold holds second with $5,083. Statistically competitive, but over 1,000 behind the leader.
At 11:03 a.m. ET, MU crushes Rahul Davis for $1,078, and KR had already ripped him apart, dragging the total down to negative $3,705.
At 11:03 a.m. ET, Pan W inflicts $5,577.75 of downside on Varaprasad Goli, extending the drawdown to negative $16,481.84, an extreme concentration risk profile.
APP strikes at 11:03 a.m. ET for negative $2,897.7, and Lakan Gosali slides to negative 2,897.7 overall, a single ticker ambush. At 11:07 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar detonates AMSN for $6,658 in profit and rockets to $6,009 total, a full throne reclaim at the top of the breakout.
Leaderboard check at 11:07 a.m. ET. Goldie Gold holds second at $5,083 with 20 trades logged, active but still chasing a near $1,000 gap to first.
Gasping. The midfield is tightly compressed at 11:07 a.m. ET. Manish Kapoor at $340.8, narrowly ahead of Harsh Tambat and Sai Kiran Shet, statistical clustering around the low hundreds.
And that is after TDC and KR was already piled on at 11:06 a.m. ET. This is a volatility avalanche centered on Varaprasad Goli.
At 11:06 a.m. ET, SQQ removes $7,805 from Chidambara Raja, and TQQ strips another $4,515, leverage decay pushing the total to negative $12350.
AP Paul slices at 11:06 a.m. ET for negative $2,829.45 against Lakanguzali, locking in a $2,825.55 deficit and no trades to counterpunch.
1 hour and 38 minutes into the session, Abhijit $6,009 as of 11:07 a.m. ET. Goldie Gold trails at 5,083, and below them the field fractures into small green pockets and deep red craters.
Anusha 25_12 versus Varaprasad versus Alpha Man in the Breakout elevator. And at 11:12 a.m. ET, the leader is crystal clear.
Gasping, momentum divergence is profound. By 11:12 a.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 has improved $6,104 over the window, whereas Varaprasad has deteriorated 15,596.91 and Alpha Man 13,603.86.
Risk posture is identical at 11:12 a.m. ET. Zero realized across all three. Fully unrealized stacks of 6,090 for Anusha 25_12, negative 15,599.94 for Varaprasad, and negative 13,606.38 for Alpha Man.
At 11:12 a.m. ET, AM Zen rips plus $6,712 for Anusha 25_12, flipping the total to $6,090 and locking in that rank 1 throne.
Gasping, at 11:11 a.m. ET, KRUS inflicts negative $7,912.08 on Varaprasad, a decisive contributor to the negative 15,599.94 total we see at 11:12 a.m. ET.
Compare the extremes. At 11:12 a.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 stands at positive 6,090, while Varaprasad is buried at negative 15599.94, comma. That spread alone defines first versus 16th.
Statistically speaking, at 11:12 a.m. ET, the delta of plus 6,104 for Anusha 25_12 contrasts sharply with the negative 13,603.86 slide for Alpha Man, opposite trajectories in the same time window.
Varaprasad once touched 1,599.43 at 1:13 p.m. ET on April 7th, now stands at negative 15,599.94 at 11:12 a.m. ET. That is the anatomy of a collapse.
At 11:12 a.m. ET, it is rank 1 versus ranks 15 and 16, positive 6,090 against deep 5-figure losses. The leaderboard split could not be cleaner.
Gasping between the two red contenders at 11:12 a.m. ET, Alphaman's negative 13,606.38 is statistically less severe than Varaprasad's negative 15599.94, a marginal but meaningful distinction.
Anusha 25_12 at 6,090 versus Varaprasad at negative 15,599.94 at 11:12 a.m. ET. That spread alone could fund the entire prize pool.
At 11:15 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar commands first place with $6,506, still holding the throne in the breakout.
But MSFT just clipped him for negative $534 at 11:15 a.m. ET, a quick jab to the leader.
Gasping. The structural driver remains AME Zen, contributing $7,040 at 11:15 a.m. ET, statistically overwhelming the minor Microsoft retracement.
Keshav Geek rockets in the third with $415.8 at 11:15 a.m. ET, and it is all APP power.
Upper Prince $415.8 for Keshav Geek at 11:15 a.m. ET on basically one swing. That is sniper efficiency.
TQQ deducts $4,715 at 11:15 a.m. ET, and SQQ removes another $8,095 at 11:15 a.m. ET, compounding Chidambara Raja to negative 12810.
Screaming Saba slams Rahul Davis for negative $2,575.5 at 11:15 a.m. ET, and MU adds another negative 957 at 11:15 a.m. ET. Combo damage.
Gasping W extracts $5,547.23 at 11:15 a.m. ET, and TDC subtracts $1,883.12 at 11:15 a.m. ET, mathematically sealing Varaprasad Kohli at negative 15,342.42.
Goldie versus Chitta versus Usudi, 3 in the breakout elevator. And at 11:20 a.m. ET, the separation is dramatic.
At 11:20 a.m. ET, Goldie sits ranked 2 with $5,083, while Chitta is ranked 15 at negative 13210, and Usudi 3 ranked 9 at negative 206.5, that is a tiered battlefield.
Gasping. Momentum divergence is stark. By 11:20 a.m. ET, Goldie has improved $5,086 over the window, whereas Chitta has deteriorated 13209 and Usudi 3 slipped 209.
Risk posture at 11:20 a.m. ET tells the story. Goldie fully realized at 5,083, with 0 unrealized, while Chitta carries negative 13210 unrealized, and Usudi 3 negative 206.5 unrealized.
Goldie green and climbing while Chitta bleeds red at 11:20 a.m. ET. Rank 2 versus rank 15 is not a rivalry, it is a rescue mission.
Between the two red profiles at 11:20 a.m. ET, Usudi 3 at negative 206.5 is statistically far less impaired than Chitta at negative 13210.
Compare the swing kings. Goldie now 5,083 at 11:20 a.m. ET versus Usudi 3 at negative 206.5, 1, defending podium dreams, the other fighting to flip green.
Screaming at 11:19 a.m. ET, TQQ slams Chitta for negative $4,875. A brutal hit that feeds into the negative 13210 total we see at 11:20 a.m. ET.
Gasping simultaneously at 11:19 a.m. ET, SQQQ extracts negative $8,275 from Chitta, compounding downside pressure into that 11:20 a.m. ET snapshot.
Groaning. Chitta peaked at 13:20 before collapsing to negative 13210 by 11:20 a.m. ET, while Usudi 3 topped at 134.75 and now sits negative 206.5, different magnitudes, same direction.
From a trough of negative 508 to 5,083 at 11:20 a.m. ET, Goldie engineered a full sentiment reversal and never looked back.
Goldie defending second with 5,083 at 11:20 a.m. ET, while Usudi 3 clings to rank 9 at negative 206.5, that is podium control versus mid-pack survival.
It is a red zone duel. Chitta at negative 13210 versus Usudi 3 at negative 206.5 at 11:20 a.m. ET, and every tick decides who escapes the basement first.
Gasping, Goldie green and improving, Chitta and Usudi 3 red and slipping at 11:20 a.m. ET. 3 trajectories in one tournament in only one direction feels sustainable.
At 11:23 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktekar still commands first place with $6,767. The throne remains his in the breakout.
Gasping. 1 minute earlier at 11:22 a.m. ET, AMZN injected positive $7,092 into Abhijit Kaktekar's book, statistically overwhelming that Microsoft retracement.
Keshav Geek clings to third with $394.8 at 11:23 a.m. ET. The podium battle is tightening.
Screaming Q detonates for negative $8,235 at 11:23 a.m. ET, and Chidambara Raja free falls to negative 13040. That is a volatility trap.
Concurrently at 11:23 a.m. ET, TQQQ registers negative $4,805 for Chidambara Raja, indicating leveraged whiplash on both sides of the tape.
Pan W crushes Viraprasad Goli for negative $5,264.18 at 11:23 a.m. ET. The pressure is relentless.
Gaspin, Meta prints negative $851 at 11:23 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, a single-name drawdown pushing him to negative 851 overall.
Sate versus Lakhan Gosali versus Rahul underscore in the breakout elevator. And at 11:28 a.m. ET, the gap is electric.
At 11:28 a.m. ET, Site sits rank 6 with $455.65, while Lakhan Gosali is ranked 12 at negative $2,829.45, and Rahul underscore rank 13 at negative 3,004. That is a clean split between green and deep red.
Peak to trough check. Saiti rips from negative 440 to 455.65 by 11:28 a.m. ET, while Lakhan Gosali slides from 150 down to negative 2,829.45, and Rahul underscore collapses from 517 to negative 3,004.
Risk posture at 11:28 a.m. ET shows size with 274.9 realized and 180.75 unrealized. Lakhan Gosali fully unrealized at negative 2829.45, and Rahul underscore split between negative 215 realized and negative 2789 unrealized.
At 11:27 a.m. ET, AAPL slams Lakhan Gosali for negative $2,891.85. A brutal single name punch.
Compare the leader to the closest chaser. At 11:28 a.m. ET, Say to positive 455.65 versus Lakhan Gosali negative 2829.45, That spread defines rank 6 versus rank 12.
Saito to green at 455.65, while Rahul underscore bleeds at negative 3,004 at 11:28 a.m. ET. That is optimism versus damage control.
From a trough of negative 442 at 11:07 a.m. ET on April 7th to 455.65 at 11:28 a.m. ET today, Satititi has completed a full statistical recovery arc.
Rahul underscore topped out at 517 at 11:57 a.m. ET on April 7th, and now prints negative 3004 at 11:28 a.m. ET. That swing is violent.
One trader improving and green, two traders slipping and red at 11:28 a.m. ET. This is separation inside the elevator.
Nearly 2 hours into the session at 11:28 a.m. ET, with 4 hours and 32 minutes left, this matchup still has time to flip.
Realized discipline favors SATT at 274.9 versus 0 realized for Lakangursali at 11:28 a.m. ET, a material structural difference.
Saital holds $455.65 at 11:28 a.m. ET, and that green glow keeps rank 6 alive in the breakout.
Rank 6 at 455.65 versus rank 12 at negative 2,829.45 and rank 13 at negative 3,004 at 11:28 a.m. ET. This is a three-tier battlefield inside the elevator.
At 11:31 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands tall in first place with $6,607, still ruling the breakout elevator.
Microsoft clipped him for negative $485 at 11:31 a.m. ET, but the damage is marginal compared to the Amazon windfall.
Goldie Gold remains second at 11:31 a.m. ET with $5,083, statistically stable but not accelerating.
Saikiran Shet punches up SQQ for plus $335 at 11:31 a.m. ET, climbing to 680.65 and locking down third.
Groaning car just carved out negative $1,765.5 at 11:31 a.m. ET for Rahul Davis, dragging him to negative 2,563.5 overall.
KRUS and PNW double team Virat Prasad Kohli at 11:31 a.m. ET, with KRUS down 8,551.44 and PNW down 5574.98, crushing him to negative 15969.57 exclamation mark.
This thing you cook up, choosing violence, and my heart rate monitor just rage quit mid candle.
With 4 hours and 28 minutes remaining, Abhijit Kaktikar's $6,607 cushion at 11:31 a.m. ET represents a statistically significant lead over the 5,083 held by Goldie Gold.
At 11:35 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar detonates AME Zen for plus $7,578 and storms to 7,249 total. That is a throne grab in the breakout.
Meanwhile, at 11:35 a.m. ET, gold sits second with $5,083. Steady hands, 20 trades, no fireworks, just execution.
Gasping, statistically significant move at 11:35 a.m. ET. Keshav Geek prints plus $489.6 on APP, lifting to 489.6 total and reinforcing third place.
Meta hits Sudhir Kumar Chitla for negative $938 at 11:35 a.m. ET. That is a sharp rejection tied to a single name bet.
Double leveraged chaos at 11:35 a.m. ET. SQQ dumps negative $300 on Saikiran Shet and the total flips to negative 260.6, that is whiplash.
And at 11:35 a.m. ET, Pan W inflicts negative $4,942.28 on Varaprasad Goli, extending the drawdown to negative 14862.34, an extreme volatility cluster.
At 11:35 a.m. ET, Chidambara Raja sits at negative 13620, Ravi Kiran Goli at negative 13861.13, and Varaprasad Goli at negative 14862.34, The basement is crowded and unforgiving.
Gasping, with 4 hours and 24 minutes left in the session, the $7,249 mark at 11:35 a.m. ET sets a statistically imposing benchmark for the field.
At 11:39 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar is detonating the leaderboard with $7,291, and AM Zen just unleashed a $7,696 surge.
Meanwhile, at 11:39 a.m. ET, gold holds second at $5,083. Steady hands, 20 trades, no fireworks, just consistency.
Happy just juiced Keshav Geek for $588.6 at 11:38 a.m. ET, and he is clinging to third like it is a rocket booster.
But catastrophe on TSLA at 11:39 a.m. ET, Harsh Goyal absorbs a $536.25 hit and slides to negative 525.25 overall.
Dual leverage collapse at 11:39 a.m. ET. SQQ cost Chidambara Raja $8,555 and TQQ another $5,025, compounding downside exposure.
APL strikes at 11:39 a.m. ET, and Lakanga Sali is staring at negative $2,897.7. That is pure volatility punishment.
Meta printed negative $931.5 at 11:39 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, incremental deterioration compounding prior losses.
At 11:43 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar explodes to $7,595 and tightens his grip on first place in the breakout.
Statistically remarkable, at 11:43 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar reversed from negative 411 to positive 7,595, a swing exceeding $8,000 in minutes.
Absolute carnage in SQQ, minus $8,685 at 11:43 a.m. ET for Chidambara Raja. The elevator just dropped through the floor.
Grown just bled another $2,734.5 at 11:43 a.m. ET for Rahul Davis, pushing the total deep into the red.
Meta posts negative $889.5 at 11:43 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, a concentrated hit with immediate leaderboard consequences.
AMZN flips against Chanukya Varma Dasetti for negative $402 at 11:43 a.m. ET. Momentum ripped right out of his hands.
Even with a $411 pullback in MSFT at 11:43 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar remains firmly in control of this division.
With 4 hours and 16 minutes left in the session, Abhijit Kaktikar at $7,595 at 11:43 a.m. ET has created statistically significant separation from the field.
At 11:47 a.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar still reigns supreme with $7,540. The throne in the breakout is glowing green.
Microsoft clipped him for negative $390 at 11:47 a.m. ET, but when you are sitting on 7,540 you can absorb a paper cut.
Statistically stable in second, Goldie Gold holds $5,083 at 11:47 a.m. ET across 20 trades, a diversified grind beneath the leader.
Keshav Geek clings to third with $566.4 at 11:47 a.m. ET, but that gap to second is a canyon.
And TDC adds another negative $1,803.2 at 11:47 a.m. ET, dragging Varaprasad Goli down to negative $14,894.54 overall, ranked 19 and sinking.
COD collapses for negative $3,312 at 11:47 a.m. ET, and Rahul Davis is spiraling to negative 4023.5, comma. That elevator is in free fall.
At 11:46 a.m. ET, SQQ printed negative $9,725 for Roshan. Rapalan, a near-instant trip to negative $9,735 overall.
At 11:51 a.m. ETR, Abhijit Kaktakar still reigns rank 1 with $7,488. Even after that Microsoft turbulence, the throne is intact.
Goldie Gold holds second at $5,083 at 11:51 a.m. ET, 20 trades deep and still grinding. No drama, just discipline.
Gasping, statistically significant reversal, AVGO swings Niraj Arora from negative 40 to plus 295 at 11:51 a.m. ET, a $335 inflection in a single print.
That AVGO burst launches Niraj Arora into 7th with $295 at 11:51 a.m. ET. Momentum is knocking on the top 5 door.
Meta drops Sudhir Kumar Chitla straight to negative 890.5 at 11:51 a.m. ET. 2 trades and already deep in the red.
The leverage spiral is severe. SQQQ extends Chidambara Raja to -14040 at 11:51 a.m. ET, an $8,825 deterioration in one sequence.
KR detonates for negative 3,445.5 at 11:51 a.m. ET, and Rahul Davis slides to negative 4,101. That is a free fall on the leaderboard.
Pan W slices Varaprasad Kohli down another 5,008.88 at 11:51 a.m. ET. Total now negative 14494.38, that is structural damage.
Anusha 25_12 versus Goldie in the Breakout elevator, and at 11:56 a.m. ET, the throne is on fire.
At 11:56 a.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 sits rank 1 with $7,886, while Goldie holds rank 2 with $5,083, a clean $28 gap at this snapshot.
Gasping momentum differential is measurable. By 11:56 a.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 has improved $7,900 over the window, while Goldie has advanced $5,086, both positive yet asymmetrical.
Risk posture split at 11:56 a.m. ET. Anusha 25_12 carries 0 realized and 7,886 unrealized. Goldie locks in 5,083 realized and 0 unrealized. Conviction versus closure.
At 11:55 a.m. ET, AMZN explodes plus $8,094 for Anusha 25_12, flipping from negative 215 to 7,879. That is a last-second detonation.
Even after Goldie once peaked at 7,392 at 10:31 a.m. ET on April 7th, by 11:56 a.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 stands higher at 7,886. The crown has migrated.
Gasping, observe the trough contrast. Anusha 25_12 endured negative 1620 at 11:11 a.m. ET on April 7th, while Goldie only dipped to negative 238 at 3:56 p.m. ET on April 6th. Volatility profiles diverged sharply.
Goldie locks in $5,083 at 11:56 a.m. ET, all realized, no open risk. A veteran move with 4 hours and 4 minutes left in the session.
Anusha 25_12 commands $7,886 at 11:56 a.m. ET, entirely unrealized, still surfing the open wave with the leaderboard watching.
If Goldie wants that $1,000 first prize, 5,083 at 11:56 a.m. ET has to chase down 7,886, and that means flipping the script fast.
Two traders green at 11:56 a.m. ET, 7,886 versus 5,083, improving momentum on both sides. This is a disciplined duel, not a meltdown.
At 12 p.m. ET, the throne still belongs to Abhijit Kaktekar, printing $7,919 as of 12 p.m. ET and daring the lobby to challenge him.
Goldie Gold sits second with $5,083 as of 12 p.m. ET, 20 trades deep and grinding while the top spot stretches away.
Gasping at 11:59 a.m. ET, Vigo contributes plus $383.75 for Niraj Arora, a statistically elegant reversal from
Keshav Geek
negative
locks
territory
down
into
third at
positive expectancy.
$566.4 as of 12 p.m.
At
ET,
11:59
clinging
a.m.
to
ET,
that final
TQQ
payout
slams
slot in the
Saikiran Shet
breakout.
for negative $535.5, and the elevator cable just snapped.
At 11:59 a.m. ET, SQQ carves out negative $9,055 for Chidambara Raja, compounding an already catastrophic session.
Also at 11:59 a.m. ET, SQQ registers negative $10,185 for Roshan. Ropalan, an extreme volatility cluster in the inverse complex.
At 11:58 a.m. ET, Pan W slices negative $5,069.93 into Varaprasad Goli, and the bottom of the table is on fire.
At 12 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli anchors the field at negative $13,746.24, a stark reminder that leverage cuts both ways.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar detonates AM Zen for a plus $8,360 swing, rocketing his total to 8,242 and tightening his grip on first place.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, SQQ carves negative $9,405 into Chidambara Raja. Leverage cuts both ways, and today it cuts deep.
Gasping, at 12:03 p.m. ET, SQQ prints negative $1065 for Saikiran Shet, a statistically significant acceleration of downside momentum.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, AV Go surges plus $645 for Niraj Arora, lifting him to 695 total and keeping that podium dream alive.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, SQQ hammers Roshan, AAPL for negative $10535. That is not a drawdown, that is a crater.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, Meta posts negative $503 for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, a contained loss but enough to anchor him near the bottom ranks.
With $8,242 at 12:03 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands miles ahead of the field, the $1,000 first prize glowing brighter by the minute.
At 12:03 p.m. ET, car smashes Rahul Davis for negative $2,598.5. That ticker is pure chaos fuel.
Gasping, at 12:03 p.m. ET, AAPL registers negative $3,432 for Laikhangar Sali, a single name exposure translating directly into rank 15 pressure.
At 12:07 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands tall in first place with $8,480, extending the throne in the breakout.
Gasping, Niraj Arora occupies third with $765.5 at 12:07 p.m. ET, a statistically modest but resilient buffer above the midfield.
Catastrophe. At 12:07 p.m. ET, SQQ slams Chidambara Raja for negative $9,445 in a single print. The floor just vanished.
At 12:07 p.m. ET, car registers negative $2,068.5 for Rahul Davis, a sharp deterioration that compounds prior weakness.
3&W detonates at 12:06 p.m. ET, negative $4,922.85 for Varaprasad Goli. That chart just fell down an elevator shaft.
SQQ strikes again at 12:07 p.m. ET, negative $11.15 for Saikiran Shet. The inverse beast is devouring accounts.
Gasping, the spread between first and second at 12:07 p.m. ET is now $3,397, a meaningful gradient in a $1,750 prize structure.
At 12:11 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar explodes to $8,855 and tightens his grip on first place in the breakout.
Screaming the printed plus $8,766 for a Pidget Kaktikar at 12:11 p.m. ET, and that is a rocket start to the leaderboard.
Meanwhile, at 12:11 p.m. ET, Gold sits second with $5,083, steady but now nearly $3,800 behind the leader.
Gasping, AVGO contributes plus $320 for Sudhishu Dayakumar at 12:11 p.m. ET, mathematically lifting him back to 62.75 and into positive territory.
Back-to-back pops. PLTR plus $396 at 12:10 p.m. ET. And now AVGO Sudhishu Dayakumar is speedrunning the comeback arc.
And SQQQ adds another negative $9,425 at 12:11 p.m. ET, a brutal double exposure that cements last place for Chidambara Raja.
PAN-W deteriorates by negative $4,897.88 for Varaprasad Goli at 12:11 p.m. ET, extending the drawdown to negative $14,653.11.
TQQ and SQQ both bleed at 12:11 p.m. ET, dragging Saikiran Shet down to negative 1,615.6 and deeper into the red zone.
AAPL hits Lakhan Gosali for negative $3,465.15 at 12:11 p.m. ET. No trades and already buried near the bottom.
Gasping, Meta registers negative $382.5 for Sudhir Kumar Chitla at 12:11 p.m. ET, a modest loss but enough to anchor him at negative 382.5 overall.
At 12:16 p.m. ET, a budget Kaktakar is detonating the arena with $8,388 at 12:16 p.m. ET, and that AMZ Zen surge at 12:15 p.m. ET added $8,372 in pure rocket fuel.
Meanwhile, at 12:15 p.m. ET, SQQ rips Roshan. Rapalan down $10485 on the position. Leveraged knives cut both ways.
At 12:15 p.m. ET, Cares smashes Rahul Davis for $2367, and MU piles on another $640.5. That combo drags him deeper into the basement.
Saikiran Shet keeps pressing inverse bets, and at 12:15 p.m. ET, QQ clips $745.5 while SQQQ takes another $1025. Death by 1,000 hedges.
A rare positive anomaly, AVGO contributes $317 at 12:13 p.m. ET to Sadish Udayakumar, briefly offsetting prior drawdown pressure.
Leaderboard check at 12:16 p.m. ET, Abaji Kaktakar, first with 8,388. Goldie Gold, steady in second at 5,083. And Keshav Geek holding third at 566.4, podium pressure is real. At 12:20 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands tall in first place with $8,348, and that AMZN surge at 12:19 p.m. ET detonated for plus $8,318, a throne-defining strike.
Meanwhile, at 12:20 p.m. ET, Gold is parked in second with $5,083, profitable but watching that $3,000 gap to first widen in real time.
Catastrophe in the basement. At 12:19 p.m. ET, QQQ hammers Chidambara Raja for negative $5,675, and SQQ piles on with negative $9,485, a leveraged double knockout.
Groaning, Also gutted Roshan. Ropalan for negative $10625 at 12:19 p.m. ET. No hedge, no mercy, just straight drawdown.
At 12:19 p.m. ET, PNW extracts negative $4,961.7 from Varaprasad Goli, following an earlier negative $4,717.5 at 12:18 p.m. ET, a compounding deterioration pattern.
The inverse trade turns venomous. SQQ slices Sekiran Shet for negative $1165 at 12:19 p.m. ET, dragging the total to negative 1,725.6 by 12:20 p.m. ET.
Gasping with 3 hours and 40 minutes left in the session, Abhijit Kaktikar at $8,348 as of 12:20 p.m. ET has created a statistically significant buffer over the field.
At 12:23 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar rockets to $8,114 and tightens his grip on first place in the breakout.
At 12:22 p.m. ET, AM Zering explodes for plus $8,094, and that is pure jet fuel for Abhijit Kaktikar.
Meanwhile, at 12:23 p.m. ET, Goldie Gold sits on $5,083, steady in second and 20 trades deep without the fireworks.
Gasping at 12:23 p.m. ET, Keshav Geek holds $566.4, statistically distant from the top two, yet firmly planted on the podium.
Catastrophe at 12:23 p.m. ET, PNW smashes Varaprasad Goli for negative $5,089.35, dragging him to negative $14,914.52 overall.
At 12:23 p.m. ET, SQQ clocks Roshan. AAPL for negative $10515 on the day, a hedge-turned horror story.
The dual exposure is notable. At 12:23 p.m. ET, TQQ sheds $755.5, and SQQ drops $1050 for Sekiran Shet, compressing the total to negative $1,530.6.
A rare bright spot. At 12:22 p.m. ET, Avigo prints plus $312 for Sudishu Dayakumar, easing him up to negative 82.75.
TSLA pops for plus $338.75 at 12:22 p.m. ET, and Sanil Salia zips up to 296.25, that is electric momentum.
With 3 hours and 36 minutes remaining, the $8,114 benchmark, set at 12:23 p.m. ET by Abhijit Kaktikar, establishes a formidable probabilistic barrier for the field.
At 12:27 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar explodes to $8,087 on AMSN and tightens his grip on first place in the breakout.
Gasfing, as of 12:27 p.m. ET, Goldie Gold remains second at $5,083, statistically stable but now trailing by over 3,000.
Third place is Keshav Geek at $566.4 at 12:27 p.m. ET, respectable but miles away from the heavyweight fight above.
At 12:27 p.m. ETKYS detonates for negative $13,741.25 on Ravi Kiran Goli. That is a full floor collapse in the elevator.
Groaning, TQQ rips another $5,575 away at 12:27 p.m. ET from Chidambara Raja, and that drawdown keeps compounding.
And simultaneously at 12:27 p.m. ET, SQQ extends the damage to negative $14930 for Chidambara Raja, a correlated volatility spiral.
Double hit at 12:27 p.m. ET. SQQ down 10.15 and TQQ down 735.5 for Saikiran Shet. That is leveraged chaos.
Meta prints negative $522 at 12:27 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and the red just keeps layering.
Gas BQQ finalizes at negative $10485 at 12:27 p.m. ET for Roshan. AAPL, a single symbol dominating the risk profile.
At 12:30 p.m. ET AMSN, explodes again for plus $8,046, and Abhijit Kaktakar ascends to 8,079 total, a volcanic extension of the lead.
TSLA just boosted Sonil Sulia by $341.25 at 12:31 p.m. ET, launching the total to 348.75 and shaking up the mid-table.
Groaning, at 12:31 p.m. ET, SQQ rips $9,325 out of Chidambara Raja, dragging the account to negative 14880. That is leverage without mercy.
PNW strikes again at 12:31 p.m. ET, slamming Varaprasad Goli for negative $5,760.9 and crushing the total to negative 15596.06 exclamation mark.
High, New chips away another $582 at 12:31 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis, sliding him deeper to negative 3241.5, death by 1,000 semiconductors.
3 hours in, and Abhijit Kaktikar reigns at $8,079 as of 12:31 p.m. ET. The $1,000 first prize glowing in reach.
And TQQ piles on another $5,555 hit at 12:31 p.m. ET for Chidambara Raja. The leverage spiral turning brutal.
Consecutive PAN-W shocks culminating at 12:31 p.m. ET leave Varaprasad Goli at negative 15596.06, a statistically extreme drawdown cluster.
At 12:35 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar is commanding the breakout with $7,895. The throne is glowing and the gap is still massive.
MU just keeps slicing Rahul Davis. Another $606 hit at 12:35 p.m. ET, and the total bleeds out to negative 3166.5 exclamation mark.
Garan, AAPL detonates Lakangasali for negative $3,410.55 at 12:35 p.m. ET, zero cushion straight to the bottom half.
Absolute devastation. SQQ rips $10355 away from Roshan. Rob Palin at 12:35 p.m. ET, and the scoreboard flashes deep red.
Wait, flip alert. PLTR rockets Suresh Udayakumar up $330 at 12:35 p.m. ET, and he claws back into positive territory at 74.25 exclamation mark.
Leveraged pain again. SQQ tags Saikiran Shet for negative $895 at 12:35 p.m. ET. Total now negative 1,265.6 and sliding.
Gasping, at 12:34 p.m. ET, SQQ inflicted a $9,205 deterioration on Chidambara Raja, pushing the cumulative loss to negative 14680, an extreme volatility cascade.
Traders compare mode is live in the breakout, 3 hours 10 minutes into the session, and this elevated division is splitting into believers and survivors.
Foggy versus Alpha Man. Let us go. Rank 3 against rank 17, and the gap is massive.
Gasping, at 12:40 p.m. ET, Foggy stands at $566.4 total, while Alpha Man is at negative $13,726.26, a statistically extreme divergence.
Foggy has climbed $566.45 since the window opened and sits at 566.4 at 12:40 p.m. ET. Pure controlled ascent.
Risk posture could not be more different. Foggy fully realized at 566.4, while Alpha Man carries negative 13,726.26, entirely unrealized at 12:40 p.m. ET.
Check the swing. Foggy peaked at 752 and bottomed at negative 994. Alpha Man peaked at 3,583.51 and cratered to negative 14285.7, comma volatility versus volatility.
Gasping, Foggy trades 480 shares across one stock and stands at 566.4 at 12:40 p.m. ET, concentrated yet productive.
Rank 3 with positive 566.4 versus rank 17 at negative 13,726.26 at 12:40 p.m. ET. That is a prize pool conversation versus a survival story.
From peak to trough, Foggy endured a swing of 1746, while Alpha Man endured 17869.21, comma variance on entirely different scales. Grasping with 3 hours 20 minutes left in the session, Foggy defends a positive base while Alpha Man confronts a deep deficit. Strategic time horizons diverge sharply.
At 12:43 p.m. ET, AM SN explodes for plus $7,654, and that Bidget Kaktakar rockets to 7,697 total. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
Meanwhile, Goldie Gold sits second with $5,083 at 12:44 p.m. ET. Steady hands, but watching the leader disappear up the elevator shaft.
Gasping, statistically compressed midfield, Niraj Arora holds $583.5 at 12:44 p.m. ET, narrowly ahead of Keshav Geek in a fragile battle for third.
KR rips another $2,163.5 away at 12:43 p.m. ET, and Rahul Davis is dragged to negative 27.99. That ticker is a trap door.
Groaning, Pan W hammers Varaprasad Goli for negative 6,191.03 at 12:43 p.m. ET. Total damage now past negative 15666. That is not a dip, that is a crater.
SQQQ detonates for negative 10095 at 12:43 p.m. ET against Roshan. Rob Palin, the leverage beast, is feeding on the bottom ranks.
PsyQQ clip PsyQ Ranchet for negative 635 at 12:43 p.m. ET, and the total slides to negative 1045.6, death by 1,000 leverage cuts.
With 3 hours and 16 minutes remaining in the session, Abhijit Kaktikar at $7,697 at 12:44 p.m. ET has constructed a statistically dominant lead in the breakout.
At 12:47 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar is still king with $7,601. The AM Zen rocket earlier has cemented that throne in pure green fire.
At 12:47 p.m. ET, SQQ finalizes a negative $1,095 position for Roshan, or Palan, a leveraged inversion that statistically anchors him to rank 16.
Groaning. Pan W rips another $6,191.03 out of Varaprasad Goli at 12:47 p.m. ET. Total damage now negative 15691.52, that is rank 19 quicksand.
Gasping dual exposure instability at 12:47 p.m. ET as SQQ prints negative $635 for Sekiran Shet, compounding prior TQQ erosion and pushing him to negative 835.6 overall.
3 hours, 18 minutes into the session, Abhijit Kaktikar defends first. Goldie Gold hunts from second, and below them leveraged tickers are turning this leaderboard into a storm surge. At 12:51 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar rockets to $7,871 and keeps the crown blazing in the breakout. That AM Zen engine is still roaring.
Meanwhile, at 12:51 p.m. ET, gold sits at $5,083, steady in second, watching that gap widen again.
At 12:51 p.m. ET, Keshav Geek holds third with $566.4, a statistically fragile buffer over fourth place.
S2QQ and TQQ double punch Saikiran Shet at 12:51 p.m. ET, negative 665 and negative 495.5 in one volatility blender.
KR keeps skidding, and at 12:50 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis sinks to negative $2,157.5. That chassis is rattling down the standings.
PNW and TDC combo slam Varaprasad Goli at 12:51 p.m. ET, negative 6,238.2 and negative 1963.04, that is pure downside velocity.
Three hours and 22 minutes into the session, and at 12:51 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar still commands first with $7,871, the $1,000 prize shimmering in his sights. At 12:56 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands tall with $8,150, still reigning over the breakout elevator and guarding that $1,000 first prize.
Gosby Gold holds second with $5,083 at 12:50 p.m. ET, a measurable but narrowing distance from the leader as volatility intensifies beneath the surface.
PNW slams Varaprasad Goli for negative $6,618.38 at 12:55 p.m. ET. That is a trapdoor straight to rank 19.
Groaning. And it was not just one hit. Pan W had already carved out negative $6,515.70 at 12:54 p.m. ET. Relentless pressure with no bounce in sight.
SQQ obliterates Chidambara Raja for negative $9,245 at 12:53 p.m. ET. That is volatility warfare in its purest form.
Hanchin nukes Rahul Davis for negative $1,505.50 at 12:54 p.m. ET. That ticker is absolute chaos, and he is stuck in the blast radius.
Hubble prints negative $3,529.50 at 12:54 p.m. ET for Lakangusali. No hedge, no cushion, just gravity.
Bottom table check at 12:56 p.m. ET. Ravi Kiran Gully is down negative $13,506.48. This is desperation territory with 3 hours left. At 12:59 p.m. ET, AMZ erupts for plus $7,836 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and the King just fortified first place again.
Gasping, as of 1 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands at $7,942, a statistically dominant lead with 3 hours remaining in the session.
Goldie Gold is still second with $5,083 at 1 p.m. ET. Steady, but watching that gap to first feel like a canyon.
Niraj Arora holds third with $769 at 1 p.m. ET, and that final $250 payout slot is glowing.
At 12:58 p.m. ET, SQQ strips $9,165 from Chidambara Raja, leverage chewing through capital like a wood chipper.
At 12:58 p.m. ET, SQQ registers negative $1,0295 for Roshan. AAPL, an extreme downside outlier in today's distribution.
KR hammers Rahul Davis again at 12:59 p.m. ET for negative $1,257.5, and the comeback dream is slipping away.
Meta clips another $757 from Sudhir Kumar Chitla at 12:58 p.m. ET. Small compared to the carnage elsewhere, but still bleeding.
Gasping, at 12:58 p.m. ET, SQQ Co. posts negative $835 for Sai Kiran Shet, reinforcing a persistent negative momentum profile.
3 hours left in the breakout, and Abhijit Kaktikar at $7,942 as of 1 p.m. ET is daring the lobby to take a shot at that $1,000 crown. It is a three-way collision in the breakout as Varaprasad, Chidda, and Alpha Man lock horns with just under 3 hours left in the session.
Half a Man sits higher at rank 17 with negative $13,501.49 at 1:04 p.m. ET, while Varaprasad trails at rank 19 with negative $16,262.06 at 1:04 p.m. ET.
Gasp is statistically narrow as Alpha Man posts negative $13,501.49 at 1:04 p.m. ET versus Chidda at negative $14,630 at 1:04 p.m. ET, barely 1,000 separating 17th and 18th.
Pangy, Alpha Man may be red overall, but at 1:04 p.m. ET, he holds negative $13,501.49, and that still crowns him leader of this trio.
At 1:03 p.m. ET, QQ ripped negative $5,435 from Chuda, stretching that position to negative $14,590 and shredding momentum.
All three show zero realized profit and entirely unrealized drawdowns at 1:04 p.m. ET, meaning Alpha Man, Varaprasad, and Chidda are all holding and hoping rather than closing and resetting.
Chidda's trough hit negative 15070, while Alpha Man bottomed at negative 14885.1, and that tells you both have flirted with disaster levels.
3 traders, 0 shares traded across the board at 1:04 p.m. ET. This is a staring contest with the market.
Gasping. In terms of breadth, Varaprasad has touched 3 stocks, while Chidda has traded 2, suggesting slightly wider exposure despite similar losses.
Alpha Man at negative 13,501.49 at 1:04 p.m. ET. Chidda at negative 14630 at 1:04 p.m. ET. And Varaprasad at negative 16,262.06 at 1:04 p.m. ET. This is a razor-thin survival ladder.
Another 1:03 p.m. ET update shows PenW at negative $6,626.7 for Varaprasad, stretching that position to negative $16,366.95. And it just keeps bleeding.
None of them have locked in a single dollar of realized profit at 1:04 p.m. ET, so this entire matchup is floating on unrealized risk.
Alpha Man versus Chidda is basically a $1,000 boss fight at 1:04 p.m. ET, and one decent swing could flip 17th and 18th.
At 1:07 p.m. ET AMSN erupts again for Abhijit Kaktekar plus $7,786 on the print, and the leader stretches the gap like a true champion.
As of 1:08 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktekar stabilizes at $8,186, a statistically commanding lead over the field with under 3 hours remaining.
SQQ detonates at 1:07 p.m. ET, negative $10375 for Roshan. Rob Palin and the Inverse Beast is back for blood.
PNW smacks Varaprasad Goli for negative $6,249.3 at 1:07 p.m. ET. That chart is a trapdoor straight to the basement.
At 1:07 p.m. ET, Meta extracts negative $739 from Sudhir Kumar Chitla, following additional SQQ erosion in the same minute, a concerning correlation cluster. Following additional SQQ erosion in the same minute, a concerning correlation cluster.
Earlier at 1:06 p.m. ET, KRUS hammered Ravi Kiran Goli for negative $13,296.69. One print and the tournament hopes just evaporate.
Car clips Rahul Davis for negative $1,285 at 1:06 p.m. ET, and the bottom of the board is just flashing red.
Gasping. Meanwhile, as of 1:08 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora holds $786.5 in third, maintaining podium control but far removed from the runaway leader.
At 1:11 p.m. ET, AMSN erupts for plus $7,836 and rockets Abhijit Kaktikar to 8,168 total. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
Goldie Gold is still second at 5,083 as of 1:12 p.m. ET, but that gap to first is north of $3,000 and widening.
Gasping, at 1:10 p.m. ET, Guild adds $329 for Niraj Arora, lifting him to 811 and stabilizing third place with modest but meaningful momentum.
SQQQ strikes again at 1:11 p.m. ET, ripping $505 from Sudhir Kumar Chitla and dropping him to negative 1244. The inverse blade cuts deep.
Double leverage disaster at 1:11 p.m. ET. SQQ and TQQ combined to slam Chidambara, Raja, and he is sitting at negative 15060. That is a combo knockout.
At 1:11 p.m. ET, TQQ sheds $795.5 and SQQ removes another $1095 for Saikiran Shet, compounding his drawdown to negative 1,615.6.
As of 1:12 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar leads with 8,168. Goldie Gold trails at 5,083, and the rest are fighting over scraps in a volatile tape.
At 1:15 p.m. ET, AMSN erupts again for plus $7,870, and Abhijit Kaktikar surges to 8,179 on the leaderboard. At 1:16 p.m. ET, the throne just got reinforced.
At 1:16 p.m. ET, Gold is parked at 5,083 in second, 20 trades deep and watching AMSN fireworks from a safe distance.
And at 1:16 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis sinks to negative 1719 overall. The basement floor is shaking.
Groaning. SQQQ absolutely wrecks Roshan. Our Palin for negative $10555 at 1:15 p.m. ET. That inverse bet turned into a financial horror film.
At 1:15 p.m. ET, TQQ extracts $5,635 and SQQ removes $9,425 from Chidambara Raja, a correlated leverage collapse.
TQQ clips Sai Kiran Shet for negative $795.5 at 1:15 p.m. ET, and SQQ piles on another negative 1095 at 1:15 p.m. ET. The double inverse trap snaps shut.
And at 1:16 p.m. ET, Ravi Kiran Goli is staring at negative 13026.96, sometimes the best trade is the one you do not take.
3 hours 46 minutes in, and at 1:16 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kektikar is still king at 8,179. Somebody else better queue up a boss fight.
At 1:20 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kektikar commands first place with $8,174, a throne fortified after nearly 4 hours of combat.
Gasping, a notable mid-tier acceleration. At 1:18 p.m. ET, Guild contributes plus $339.5 to Niraj Arora, elevating his cumulative posture toward the upper ranks.
Pan W unleashes another blast, negative $5,705.4 at 1:19 p.m. ET on Viraprasad Goli, a volatility avalanche.
The AAPL exposure deepens, negative $3,847.35 at 1:19 p.m. ET for La Congorsali, statistically anchoring the bottom quadrant.
TQQQ detonates for negative $5,715 at 1:17 p.m. ET on Chidambara Raja, leverage turn lightning strike.
Gas PQQ subtracts $625 at 1:17 p.m. ET from Sudhir Kumar Chitla, a measured but persistent erosion pattern.
2 hours and 40 minutes left, and Abhijit Kektikar is still king at $8,174 as of 1:20 p.m. ET. Everyone else is racing for scraps.
At 1:23 p.m. ET AMZ, detonates for plus $7,956. And Abhijit Kaktikar storms to 8,195 total. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
Groaning 23 p.m. ET, Pan W rips another $5,883 out of Varaprasad Goli, and that hole just keeps getting deeper.
Screamer now again at 1:23 p.m. ET, negative $11.10 for Rahul Davis. That ticker is a runaway elevator with no cables.
And MU piles on at 1:23 p.m. ET with another negative $501.5 for Rahul Davis. The semiconductor bleed is relentless.
At 1:22 p.m. ET SQQ collapses for negative $10655 on Roshan. Raw Palin, that is a volatility quake shaking the basement of this leaderboard.
Dual leverage stress at 1:22 p.m. ET, SQQQ down $11.95 and TQQ down $865.5 for Saikiran Shet, a negatively convex exposure profile.
AAPL slices off $3,874.65 at 1:22 p.m. ET for Lakam Gorsali. Catching a falling knife usually ends like this.
Gasping at 1:24 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora registers $881, a distant third yet statistically within striking range of the $250 podium tier.
At 1:27 p.m. ET AMSN, erupts for plus $7,984, and Abhijit Kaktikar catapults to 8,211 total. The throne in the breakout is fortified.
KRUS just nukes Ravi Kiran Goli for negative $13,186.8 at 1:27 p.m. ET. That is a straight elevator shaft drop.
At 1:27 p.m. ET, Pan W slices another $6,060.6 off for Varaprasad Goli, and Karas piles on, the account bleeding from multiple fronts.
SQQQ and TQQ continue the leverage cascade for Chidambara Raja at 1:26 p.m. ET, compounding $5,000+ shocks within the same minute.
Car clips Rahul Davis for another $1,073 at 1:27 p.m. ET, and MU adds more pressure. The slide just will not stop.
Meanwhile, the top three stay unchanged. Abhijit Kaktikar first, Goldie Gold second, Niraj Arora third. The prize money lines holding steady for now.
At 1:26 p.m. ET, SQQ and TQQ both deteriorate for Saikiran Shet, dual leveraged exposure statistically amplifying downside variance.
At 1:31 p.m. ET, AMZN detonates for plus $7,904, and Abhijit Kaktikar surges to 7,894 total. The throne in the breakout is reinforced with rocket fuel.
At 1:30 p.m. ET, GLW pops $437.5 for Niraj Arora, and he punches up to 944 total. That is a clean green spike into third.
At 1:31 p.m. ET, SQQ rips $9,365 out of Chidambara Raja, and the account sinks to negative 14950 on that symbol alone. Leverage is not forgiving today.
At 1:31 p.m. ET, PNW drills Varaprasad Goli for another $6,240.98, and the total spirals to negative 15851.36, That chart is straight down.
At 1:31 p.m. ET, SQQ deteriorates by $1035 for Saikiran Shet, extending the leverage decay pattern already visible in TQQ earlier.
At 1:31 p.m. ETSQQ slices another $445 from Sudhir Kumar Chitla. The leverage tremors are shaking every corner of this elevated division. At 1:36 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands tall with $7,953 on the board, but rewind to 1:35 p.m. ET and AMZN detonated for a $7,962 surge that built this throne.
Lucas Marin flips the script at 1:35 p.m. ET, an $868 big win, ripping him from negative 268 to positive 600. That is a mood swing.
But down in the depths, PNW strikes again. At 1:35 p.m. ET, it slams Varaprasad Goli for negative $6,324.23. The red lights are flashing.
Tanchier is not letting up. At 1:35 p.m. ET, Rahul Davis eats another $1,282 hit, and the total skids to negative 1485.5, That elevator is dropping.
Earlier at 1:34 p.m. ET, SQQ carved out negative $10455 for Roshan. AAPL leveraged bets cutting straight through capital.
Meanwhile, at 1:36 p.m. ET Goldie, gold holds second place with $5,083. Steady pressure, but still chasing that massive AMZN powered lead.
TQQ smashes Chidambara Raja for negative $5,565 at 1:34 p.m. ET, and the leverage combo keeps him buried near the bottom.
With 2 hours 24 minutes left in the session and Abhijit Kaktikar at $7,953 as of 1:36 p.m. ET, everyone else is trading for second unless they find an AMZN of their own.
At 1:38 p.m. ETAMZN detonates for plus $8,008, and Abhijit Kaktikar surges to 8,235 total. The throne just got reinforced again.
Gasping, at 1:39 p.m. ET, TQQ registers negative $845.5 for Saikiran Shet, a severe leverage downswing compounding prior weakness.
At 1:39 p.m. ETSQQ obliterates $9,515 from Chidambara Raja. That is a bottom table earthquake.
TQQ slams another negative $5,685 at 1:39 p.m. ET for Chidambara Raja. That is a double leverage combo hit.
CAR US rips $13,666.32 at 1:39 p.m. ET from Ravi Kirangoli. That is the kind of trade that buries a week.
At 1:39 p.m. ET Pan W subtracts $6,282.6 for Varaprasad Goli following an earlier cascade, statistically one of the session's harshest sequences.
At 1:39 p.m. ET, AFJK flips to negative $974 for Lucas Marin right after a big win attempt. That turnaround is vicious.
At 1:43 p.m. ET, AM Zen detonates for plus $7,904, and Abhijit Kaktakar catapults past 8 grand. The throne in the breakout is glowing white hot.
At 1:42 p.m. ET, a big win of plus $844 flips Lucas Marin from negative to positive territory, a statistically violent reversal.
Then, at 1:43 p.m. ETAFJK Prince, plus $392 for Lucas Marin, and he storms into fourth. The comeback arc is alive.
KRUS again at 1:42 p.m. ET, minus $8,346.65 for Varaprasad Goli. The ticker is chewing through accounts like a boss fight.
At 1:41 p.m. ET, SQQQ slices negative $10735 into Roshan, Rob Allen. Leverage doing what leverage does best.
Concurrently, at 1:41 p.m. ET, SQQ posts negative $9,605 for Chidambara Raja, reinforcing a deeply negative distribution tail.
With 2 hours and 16 minutes left in the session, Abhijit Kaktakar leads the breakout at $8,194 as of 1:44 p.m. ET. Goldie Gold trails at 5,083, and the battlefield below them is pure leverage chaos. At 1:48 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands tall with $7,947, and the crown is still blazing above the elevator.
Goldie Gold is parked in second with $5,083 at 1:48 p.m. ET. Steady hands, but the gap to first is still a few thousand wide.
Gasping. At 1:47 p.m. ET, AFJK prints $1,832 for Lucas Marin, a sharp recovery impulse after earlier drawdown volatility.
That is a $1,300 surge at 1:47 p.m. ET for Lucas Marin, blasting him up to $1,080 overall and into striking distance of the podium.
And Karas is not done. Negative $7,887.11 at 1:47 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Kohli. That is compounding pain on an already battered account.
At 1:46 p.m. ET, SQQ registers negative $9,515 for Chidambara Raja, a severe leverage deviation pushing him deeper into rank 19.
SQQ rips $106.45 out of Roshan. Rob Palin at 1:46 p.m. ET. That is a volatility avalanche at the base of the standings.
Sighing QQ clips. Sudhir Kumar Chitla for negative $615 at 1:47 p.m. ET. Incremental damage that keeps him buried in the red.
Gasping. At 1:48 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora holds $1,115.5 in third place, a measured ascent after earlier gains.
2 hours, 12 minutes left in the session, and Lucas Marin has flipped momentum with that 1:47 p.m. ET surge. The elevator podium is shaking. At 1:51 p.m. ET, AM Zen detonates for plus $7,846 and launches Abhijit Kaktakar to $8,001 on the board. The crown is blazing in the breakout.
As of 1:52 p.m. ET, Goldie. Gold is parked at $5,083 in second, profitable but staring at a near $3,000 gap to the leader.
Gasping. At 1:50 p.m. ET, Guild contributes plus $500.5 and stabilizes Niraj Arora at $1,010.5, a firm statistical hold on third place.
Screaming Q strikes again at 1:51 p.m. ET, minus $1,175, and Saikiran Shed gets shoved down to negative 1,585.6, That ticker is a blender.
Also at 1:51 p.m. ET, SQQ drains another $585 from Sudhir Kumar Chitla, pushing the total to negative 1234, death by leverage.
At 1:51 p.m. ET, SQQ prints negative $10635 for Roshan. AAPL, an extreme downside deviation anchoring the bottom of the distribution.
PAN-W unloads another $6,052.28 at 1:50 p.m. ET on Varaprasad Gauli, and the scoreboard flashes negative 15725.37, that is pure volatility carnage.
Screaming Car skids out at 1:50 p.m. ET for minus $1,346.5, and Rahul Davis slides to negative 1448.5, no traction on that chart.
At 1:56 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar commands first place with $7,986, and the throne in the breakout is still blazing hot.
AMZN exploded for plus $7,848 at 1:54 p.m. ET for Abhijit Kaktikar. That candle was a rocket strapped to his elevator.
Gosping Goldie Gold remains second with $5,083 at 1:56 p.m. ET, a stable but statistically distant buffer from the leader.
GLDAD's $427 at 1:53 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora. Not flashy, but enough to keep him stalking that podium.
Screaming W rips $6,110.55 out of Varaprasad Gauli at 1:55 p.m. ET. That is a full system meltdown on one ticker.
And TDC piles on another negative $1,953.05 at 1:55 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Gauli. That is what overexposure looks like.
KR slams Rahul Davis for negative $1,900 at 1:55 p.m. ET, and the comeback window is shrinking fast.
At 1:54 p.m. ET, SQQ posts negative $10575 for Roshan, AAPL, an extreme downside deviation even by today's volatile standards.
Another $525 gone at 1:54 p.m. ET on SQQ for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. Small compared to the carnage, but still a steady bleed.
TQQQ drops another $815.5 at 1:54 p.m. ET for Sai Kiran Shet, and the red tide keeps rising.
Gasping, AAPL registers negative $3,716.7 at 1:53 p.m. ET for La Congursely, a sharp single-name contraction that anchors the bottom ranks.
At 2 p.m. ETAM, Ezedin explodes again for Abhijit Kaktakar, rocketing him to $8,123 and tightening his grip on first place.
Goldie Gold sits second at $5,083 as of 2 p.m. ET. Steady hands but watching Abhijit run away with it.
Gasping, at 2 p.m. ET, Guild adds $378 for Niraj Arora, lifting him to $888 and reinforcing his hold inside the top four.
Lucas Marin is riding a roller coaster. AFJK pushed in $1,140 at 1:59 p.m. ET after a brutal $812 hit in the same minute.
And at 2 p.m. ET, DC slices off another $1,998, dragging Varaprasad Goli to negative 15,740.36 overall. That is sustained damage.
At 1:59 p.m. ET, Carr subtracts $1,858 from Rahul Davis, a volatility spike that sharply widens his downside distribution.
SQQ detonated for negative $10515 at 1:58 p.m. ET on Roshan. Ra Palin, and that blast crater is visible from orbit.
Karu S erased $13,271.72 at 1:56 p.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Goli. That is the kind of hit that changes a week.
Gasping, with $8,123 as of 2 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar holds a statistically commanding lead as we enter the final 2 hours of the session.
At 2:04 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands tall at $7,976, and the throne of the breakout is still his with under 2 hours to play.
Gasping at 2:02 p.m. ET, Guild contributed plus $385 to Niraj Arora, elevating him to $895 overall and consolidating third place.
At 2:03 p.m. ET, SQQ smashes Saikiran Shet for negative $10-15, and the inverse play turns into a wrecking ball.
And in that same 2:03 p.m. ET minute, TQQ drains another $735.5 from Saikiran Shet, leverage cutting both ways and mostly down.
Screaming card detonates at 2:03 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis, negative $1908, and that account just slipped further into the abyss.
SQQQ absolutely obliterates Roshan. Raw Palin at 2:03 p.m. ET for negative $10475, a single ticker catastrophe, shaking the bottom ranks.
Pan W hammers Varaprasad Goli for negative $6,143.85 at 2:03 p.m. ET, and that chart looks like a straight elevator down.
Gasping. The distribution is widening as of 2:04 p.m. ET, with Abhijit Kaktikar near 8,000, while much of the lower field experiences multi-thousand-dollar volatility shocks.
At 2:06 p.m. ET, AMSN explodes for plus $7,760, and Abhijit Kaktikar tightens his grip on first place like a champion, refusing to blink.
Gold is still second at $5,083 as of 2:08 p.m. ET, 20 trades deep and still miles behind the throne.
KRUS just nukes Ravi Kiran Goli for negative $13,511.48 at 2:07 p.m. ET. That is a one-tick obliteration.
Groaning, Pan W slices another $6,196.58 from Varaprasad Goli at 2:06 p.m. ET, and the bleeding does not stop.
And KRUS doubles down at 2:07 p.m. ET, ripping $7,817.18 more from Varaprasad Goli. The volatility gods demand tribute.
At 2:07 p.m., ETSQQ subtracts $765 from Saikiran Shet, reinforcing a persistent inverse ETF drawdown pattern.
Car tags Rahul Davis for negative $1572 at 2:07 p.m. ET. Another brick added to an already heavy backpack.
SQQ strikes Roshan Rapalan for negative $10225 at 2:07 p.m. ET. The inverse storm is raging across the bottom ranks.
Gasping, AAPL prints negative $3,726.45 at 2:07 p.m. ET for Lakhangur Sali, a sharp single-name shock reverberating through the lower table.
At 2:11 p.m. ET, AMSN explodes for plus $7,936, and Abhijit Kaktikar tightens his grip on first place. That is a throne reinforced with pure momentum.
As of 2:12 p.m. ET, Gold is still parked at 5,083 in second, steady but nowhere near the AMZN blast radius.
At 2:11 p.m. ET, SQQQ obliterates $9,105 from Chidbembara Raja, and that leverage stack just imploded again.
KRUS slams down another $8,016.98 at 2:11 p.m. ET on Varaprasad Goli. That ticker is a volatility volcano.
At 2:11 p.m. ET, AAPL subtracts $3,765.45 from Lakhangur Sali, a sharp single-name shock compounding an already fragile equity curve.
TQQQ slices $565.5 at 2:11 p.m. ET from Sai Kiran Shet, and the leverage battlefield remains unforgiving.
With 1 hour and 48 minutes remaining and a 2:12 p.m. ET snapshot of $7,792, Abhijit Kaktikar holds a mathematically dominant lead in the breakout.
Welcome back to the Breakout Traders Compare Showdown. 4 hours and 46 minutes in, and the elevator division is shaking.
Screaming Anusha 25_12 versus Chida, and it is not even close right now.
As of 2:16 p.m. ET, Anusha 25_12 is ranked 1 with $7,804, while Chida sits at rank 20 with negative $14370. That is a canyon, not a gap.
At 2:14 p.m. ET, AMSN explodes for plus $8,014, and that rocket fuel helps power Anusha 25_12 to 7,804 total by 2:16 p.m. ET.
Groaning. Peak to trough tells the psychology. Anusha 25_12 climbed from negative 945 to a 7,973, peak before settling at 7,804 by 2:16 p.m. ET, while Chida slid from a 710 peak to a minus 15100 trough, and now sits at negative 14370.
Same aggression profile too. 0 shares traded and just 2 stocks each, but wildly different outcomes at 2:16 p.m. ET.
Anusha 25_12 holds $7,804 as of 2:16 p.m. ET, and that cushion is currently worth first place prize positioning.
Casping, Chida, at negative $14370 as of 2:16 p.m. ET, statistically requires a dramatic mean reversion to re-enter contention.
And do not forget, at 2:13 p.m. ET, TQQ ripped negative $5,335 out of Chida. That leverage sting still echoes.
Both traders low activity, identical stock counts, but one account compounds upward to 7,804 at 2:16 p.m. ET, and the other compounds downward to negative 14370.
The 7,973 peak earlier today compared with 7,804 at 2:16 p.m. ET suggests Anusha 25_12 is stabilizing near highs rather than fading.
One trader defending the throne at 7,804 as of 2:16 p.m. ET, the other digging out from negative 14370. This is contrast in its purest form. At 2:20 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands atop the breakout with $7,849, still the high priest of profit despite that late wobble.
But AMZN just printed plus $8,162 at 2:20 p.m. ET for Abhijit Kaktikar. That is a jet engine strapped to first place.
Time-stamped 2:20 p.m. ET, Goldie Gold holds $5,083 in second place, mathematically trailing by over 2,700 from the summit.
AFJK flips the script for Lucas Marin plus $912 at 2:20 p.m. ET, and he rockets in the third with real podium pressure.
SQQQ obliterates $9,045 at 2:20 p.m. ET for Chidambara Raja, and that account free falls to negative 14410. That is maximum leverage chaos.
And concurrently, at 2:20 p.m. ET, extracts another $5,365 from Chidambara Raja, a compounding leverage decay event.
Groaning, carves out another $10185 at 2:20 p.m. ET for Roshan. AAPL, inverse bets turning into inverse miracles.
Double hit at 2:20 p.m. ET, SQQ minus $725 and TQQ minus $525.5. For Sakiran Shet, the leverage sandwich strikes again.
Gasping. At 2:19 p.m. ET, AAPL registers negative $3,784.95 for Lakhangursali, statistically anchoring the lower tier of this elevator.
At 2:23 p.m. ET, Zen explodes for plus $8,028, and Abhijit Kaktakar tightens his grip on first place like a champion, refusing to blink.
TQQ and SQQ double punch at 2:23 p.m. ET for Saikiran Shet, negative $455.5 and negative $625 in the same minute. That is leveraged whiplash.
AFJK fires back at 2:22 p.m. ET with a $1,332 surge for Lucas Marin. That is a clean momentum strike, pushing him deeper into the podium fight.
Sighing QQ drops $10085 at 2:23 p.m. ET for Roshan. AAPL, and that is the kind of single ticker damage that buries you at the bottom of the table.
At 2:22 p.m. ET, PAN W deteriorates by $6,485.18 for Varaprasad Goli, a continuation of the downside volatility cluster we observed earlier.
Groaning, AAPL carves out another $3,728.4 at 2:23 p.m. ET for Lakhangursali, and that is what happens when you try to catch a falling blade.
It is rank 1 versus rank 2 in the breakout, as Anusha 25 underscore 12 stands at $7,582 at 2:28 p.m. ET, while Goldie trails at $5,083 at 2:28 p.m. ET. The gap is real and the throne is contested.
Momentum check. Anusha 25 underscore 12 has climbed $7,596 since April 6th, while Goldie is up $5,086 over the same window, both green but one clearly steeper.
Observe the troughs. Anusha 25 underscore 12 dipped to negative 1135 at 10:52 a.m. ET on April 7th, whereas Goldie barely touched negative 3 at 12:15 p.m. ET on April 6th, radically different drawdown profiles.
And at 2:26 p.m. ET, MSFT shaved off $406 for Anusha 25 underscore 12. A small reminder that even leaders bleed on the tape.
Risk posture could not be more different. Anusha 25 underscore 12 sitting on $7,582, unrealized at 2:28 p.m. ET, while Goldie has $5,083, fully realized at 2:28 p.m. ET. Open risk versus booked gains.
Leader versus challenger with 1 hour and 32 minutes left. $7,582 at 2:28 p.m. ET for Anusha 25 underscore 12 against $5,083 at 2:28 p.m. ET for Goldie. The $1,000 prize is in sight.
If Goldie finds another 2.5 grand before 4 p.m. ET, this flips, but right now at 2:28 p.m. ET, the scoreboard screams 7,582 to 5,083 in favor of Anusha 25 underscore 12.
The volatility arc favors Anusha 25 underscore 12 with a swing from negative 1135 to 8,186, compared to Goldie from negative 3 to 7,392. Amplitude is a weapon in this duel.
Groaning strip out the fireworks and you still have $7,582 at 2:28 p.m. ET for Anusha 25 underscore 12 versus $5,083 at 2:28 p.m. ET for Goldie. Clean scoreboard math.
Gasping. As of 2:28 p.m. ET, Anusha 25 underscore 12 maintains $7,582 entirely unrealized, meaning every tick into the close directly reshapes first place probability.
At 2:30 p.m. ETAMSN explodes for plus $8,018, and at Abhijit Kaktikar rockets his total to 7,661. The leader of the breakout just reignited the throne.
Screaming AFJK detonates at 2:30 p.m. ET for plus $1014, and Lucas Marine blasts himself over the 1,000 mark. That is a podium laser beam.
At 2:30 p.m. ET, TQQ contracts by $415.5 for Saikiran Shet, and 1 minute later at 2:31 p.m. ET, SQQ subtracts another $615, a statistically brutal dual leverage decay.
Screaming Q nukes Roshan. Arpalan for negative $10015 at 2:30 p.m. ET, and then swings again for negative $10075 at 2:31 p.m. ET. That is a double crater.
KR slides again at 2:31 p.m. ET for negative $2137, and Rahul Davis keeps tumbling down the elevator shaft. Volatility is unforgiving. At 2:35 p.m. ETA, EMS erupts again for plus $7,936, and Abhijit Kaktakar reinforces first place with 7,654 total. The throne in the breakout is electrified.
At 2:35 p.m. ETSQQ prints negative $8,845 for Chidambara Raja, leverage cutting deep and dragging him further into the basement.
SQQQ detonates again at 2:35 p.m. ET, negative $9,975 for Roshan. Our Palan, that is a bottom table meltdown.
At 2:35 p.m. ET, Pan W strips $6,543.45 from Varaprasad Goli, another heavy red candle on an already brutal ledger.
With 1 hour 24 minutes left, and Goldie Gold sitting at $5,083 as of 2:36 p.m. ET. The chase for that $1,000 first prize is still alive, but the gap is glaring.
Kane slams negative $2,178 at 2:35 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis. That elevator is stuck in free fall.
At 2:38 p.m. ETA Zen erupts for plus $7,866, and ABG Kaktakar rockets to 7,694 total. The throne in the breakout is reinforced with fire.
Pawn W just body slams Varaprasad Goli for negative $6,476.85 at 2:39 p.m. ET. That ticker is farming accounts.
At 2:39 p.m. ET, TQQ registers negative $5,305 for Chidambara Raja, followed by an additional SQQ deterioration, a compounding volatility spiral.
AFJK prints plus $1,942 at 2:38 p.m. ET, and Lucas Marin locks in third place momentum. The podium pressure is real.
AAPL Slice is negative $3,652.35 at 2:39 p.m. ET for Lacan Gorsali. That is a straight drop through the floorboards.
Gasping at 2:39 p.m. ET SQQ and TQQ both trend negatively for Saikiran Shet, a dual leverage drag pulling the distribution further left.
With 1 hour 20 minutes left in the session, Abhijit Kaktikar stands first at $7,694 as of 2:40 p.m. ET. Goldie Gold holds second at $5,083, and Lucas Marin commands third at 2034. The prize money line is blazing. At 2:42 p.m. ET AM Zen explodes for plus $7,968, and Abhijit Kaktikar rockets to 7,823 on the day. The throne in the breakout is blazing again.
As of 2:43 p.m. ET Goldie, gold is sitting at $5,083, respectable but still staring up at a several $1,000 gap to the leader.
AFJK strikes again at 2:43 p.m. ET for plus $2,234, and Lucas Marin solidifies third place with $2,232 total. That comeback arc is fully armed.
SQQQ. Absolutely body slams, Roshan. Rapalan for minus $10235 at 2:41 p.m. ET. That is a volatility trapdoor.
At 2:41 p.m. ET SQQ drains another $780 from Saikiran Shet. Then TQQ clips 565.5 more, death by 1,000 leverage cuts.
Pan W unloads minus $8,461.53 at 2:41 p.m. ET, and then another minus 6,682.2 at 2:43 p.m. ET on Varaprasad Goli. The bottom of the table is pure carnage. 5 hours 14 minutes into the session, and as of 2:43 p.m., ET Abhijit Kaktikar leads with $7,705. Goldie Gold trails at 5,083, and Lucas Marin holds third at 2232. The elevator podium is locked in a high voltage standoff. At 2:47 p.m. ET AM Zen erupts for plus $7,890, and Abhijit Kaktakar rockets to $7,684 overall. The throne in the breakout is blazing again.
Groaning. Pan W bleeds another $6,388.05 at 2:47 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, and he is buried at negative 16787.09, That is what overleveraged tech pain looks like.
AFJK stamp plus $2078 at 2:46 p.m. ET for Lucas Marin, and he is holding third at 2078. That podium fight is alive.
Cyan QQ slams Roshan. Arpalan for negative $10195 at 2:47 p.m. ET, and he is stuck at negative 10135 overall. Leverage is a ruthless teacher.
With 1 hour and 12 minutes left in the session, and as of 2:48 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar commands $7,684 in first. Goldie Gold trails at $5,083, and the $1,000 prize is glowing at the top of the elevator. At 2:51 p.m. ET, AM Zen erupts for plus $7,944, and Abhijit Kaktakar vaults to $7,769 overall. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
Hey, AFJK quietly printed $2678 at 2:50 p.m. ET for Lucas Marin. Steady climb to 2710 and a firm grip on third without the fireworks.
Gasping. At 2:51 p.m. ET, SQQ collapses. Another $9,065 for Chidambara Raja, compounding downside variance and pressing the total to negative 14360.
PNW nukes $6,449.1 at 2:51 p.m. ET from Varaprasad Goli, and he is stuck at negative 16655. That ticker is pure chaos.
Groaning. SEQQ bleeds another $735 at 2:51 p.m. ET for Saikiran Shet, Leverage cutting both ways and mostly the wrong one today.
A brief positive impulse at 2:51 p.m. ET as MU adds $338 for Rahul Davis, a modest retracement within a broader negative profile.
Leaderboard check at 2:52 p.m. ET. Abhijit Kaktakar leads with $7,769. Goldie Gold chases at 4693.5 comma, and Lucas Marin holds third at 2710 with just over an hour left in the breakout. At 2:56 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar is still king with $8,007, and the elevator division throne is glowing red hot with just over an hour left.
Gasping, at 2:55 p.m. ET AFJK registers $4,163 in profit for Lucas Marin, a statistically meaningful surge that locks him into second place momentum.
And do not forget, SNDK adding $384 at 2:55 p.m. ET for Goldie Gold. That is layer momentum stacking brick by brick.
Groaning, Pan W carved out another negative $6,651.68 at 2:54 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, that is sustained punishment from a single name.
KR slams Rahul Davis for negative $2023 at 2:55 p.m. ET, and that comeback dream is hanging by a thread.
The spread as of 2:56 p.m. ET is striking. Abhijit Kaktikar at $8,007 versus a field where multiple accounts are experiencing five-figure volatility shocks.
At 2:57 p.m. ET, AMSN erupts again for Abhijit Kaktikar, plus $8,088 in a single strike, and the leader fortifies first place.
AFJK detonates for plus $5,899 at 2:56 p.m. ET, and Lucas Marine rockets into second like he strapped a jetpack to his PNL.
Sighing that $17.36 big win at 2:56 p.m. ET didn't just pad the stats, it locked Lucas Marin into second with $5,899 as of 3 p.m. ET.
Car absolutely ignites at 2:59 p.m. ET for plus $3,631, and Goldie Gold storms up to 5,365 on that ticker alone.
Meta contributed plus $487 at 2:56 p.m. ET for Goldie Gold, indicating diversified upside momentum across multiple large caps.
Groaning, Pan W slams Varaprasad Goli for negative $6,340.88 at 2:56 p.m. ET, and that's just one of several hits in the same brutal minute.
KRUS piles on at 2:56 p.m. ET with negative $8,536.46. Varaprasad Goli is getting combo hit by volatility.
Gas PQQ subtracts $9,075 at 2:56 p.m. ET for Chidambara Raja, a severe inverse ETF drawdown compounding earlier losses.
At 3:02 p.m. ET, detonates for plus $8,072, and Abhijit Kaktikar rockets to $7,943 overall. The throne in the breakout is glowing red hot.
This thing woke up choosing violence, and my heart rate monitor just rage quit mid-candle.
At 3:03 p.m. ET, car adds $3,891 to Goldie Gold, and that grind keeps second place respectable but still well behind the leader.
And do not ignore Meta at 3:03 p.m. ET, another $543.5 stacked on building.
Groaning, at 3:03 p.m. ET, SQQ drains $9,195 from Chidambara Raja, and EQQ piles on for another $5,465 in the same minute. That is correlated devastation.
TQQQ hits Saikiran Shet for negative $625.5 at 3:03 p.m. ET, and SQQ adds another $865 cut in that same minute. The inverse storm keeps raging.
Thanting claws back $311.5 at 3:02 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis. A tiny lifeline in a sea of red.
Gasping, the dispersion is extraordinary into 3:04 p.m. ET, with Abhijit Kaktikar near 8,000, while multiple competitors endure five-figure drawdowns, volatility clustering into the close.
At 3:05 p.m. ET AM as in detonates for plus $8,104, and Abhijit Kaktikar fortifies first place with a towering 7,895 total. The throne is electrified.
Scream in plus $4,417 at 3:06 p.m. ET for Goldie Gold, and that rocket shoved the total to 4,354 in a blink.
And then at 3:07 p.m. ET, SNDK rips $1,676 right back out of Goldie Gold. Volatility giveth and volatility taketh.
AFJK surges for plus $3,655 at 3:04 p.m. ET, and Lucas Marin storms into third place contention with authority.
Sighing Karus carves out $8,601.39 at 3:05 p.m. ET from Varaprasad Goli, and the account never really recovered from that avalanche.
The compounding effect continues as PanW subtracts $5,930.18 at 3:07 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, deepening a statistically severe drawdown.
Meanwhile, at 3:08 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar sits alone at $7,895, 0 trades logged but maximum impact delivered.
At 3:11 p.m. ETAM Zen, detonates for plus $8,204, and Abhijit Kaktikar rockets to 8,283 total. That is first place fortified with pure alpha fire.
AFJK just blasted plus $3,512 at 3:11 p.m. ET for Lucas Marin, and that catapults him to 2980 total. Podium pressure is real.
Goldie Gold takes a $22.04 hit on SNDK at 3:11 p.m. ET, right after a $656 pop in Meta. That kind of whiplash keeps second place at 5,542 instead of threatening the throne.
MU claws back $563 at 3:11 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis, a flicker of green and a sea of red as he fights up to negative 2017.5 exclamation mark.
Another leveraged collapse at 3:11 p.m. ET. TQQQ drops $5,605, and SQQ rips away $9,395 from Chidambara Raja. That account now buried at negative 15050.
Leaderboard check at 3:12 p.m. ET. Abhijit Kaktikar leads at 8,283. Goldie Gold holds 5,542. Lucas Marin surges to 2980. The top three are separating from the chaos below. At 3:16 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktikar stands tall with $8,443 on the board, still reigning over the breakout with only 44 minutes left in the session.
At 3:15 p.m. ET, AFJK just blasted plus $3,336 for Lucas Marin, and that shoves him to 3,276 total. Podium pressure is real.
Garone. At 3:15 p.m. ET, SQQ clips another negative $485 from Sudhir Kumar Chitla, grinding that total down to negative 1269 and reminding everyone what leverage does late in the day.
At 3:15 p.m. ET, SQQ absolutely detonates for negative $10545 on Roshan. Raw Palin and that account free falls to negative 10575 in a single brutal wave.
At 3:15 p.m. ET, the paired exposure in TQQ and SQQ extracts negative $775.5 and negative $1085 respectively from Saikiran Shet, compounding the drawdown to negative 1,645.6.
At 3:14 p.m. ETP and W slices negative $6,457.43 from Varaprasad Goli, and that pushes the total to negative 16396.92. Comma volatility is merciless. At 3:17 p.m. ET AMZN erupts for plus $8,306, and Abhijit Kaktikar rockets to 8,386 total. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
Metapops plus $730.5 at 3:18 p.m. ET for Goldie Gold, and I thought the chase was on.
And 1 minute later at 3:19 p.m. ET, SNDK rips $407 right back out of Goldie Gold. That is what overtrading looks like late in the day.
AFJK detonates for $3,621 at 3:17 p.m. ET, and Lucas Marin storms in the third with 4,680 total. The podium is alive.
Pan W beads another $6,440.78 at 3:18 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli after earlier hits. That ticker has been merciless all afternoon.
At 3:18 p.m. ET, SQQ contracts by $9,375 for Chidambara Raja, paired with a $5,595 QQ decline, a textbook case of correlated leverage failure.
Sour slams minus $2,458.5 at 3:18 p.m. ET on Rahul Davis, and the climb back to green just got steeper.
SQQ hammers Roshan. Rarpulan for minus $10505 at 3:18 p.m. ET. The basement levels are shaking.
Gasping, as of 3:20 p.m. ET Goldie Gold stands at $5,919.5 in second place, still chasing but with 40 minutes left in regulation.
It is Fox versus Alpha Man versus Anusha 25 underscore 12 in the breakout. And at 3:24 p.m. ET, the elevator division is a battlefield with rank 1 colliding into ranks 18 and 20.
Anusha 25 underscore 12 at $8,397 at 3:24 p.m. ET is staring down Fox at negative $10435. That is first place Calm versus 18th place Pain.
At 3:22 p.m. ETA Zen detonated for plus $8,256 in PNL for Anusha 25 underscore 12, a rocket surge that helped secure that $8,397 summit.
Both Fox and Alpha Man show zero realized and fully unrealized losses at 3:24 p.m. ET, negative 10435 versus negative 14855.13, open wounds still bleeding.
Peak to trough tells the saga. Anusha 25 underscore 12 climbed from negative 1798 to 8,397 by 3:24 p.m. ET, while Fox peaked at 588.5 before collapsing to negative 10435, and Alpha Man from 3,239.15 down to negative 14.13 exclamation mark.
Anusha 25 underscore 12 at $8,397 at 3:24 p.m. ET versus Alpha Man at negative 14855.13, that is a $23,000 canyon between first and 20th.
Compare the trough timestamps. Both Fox and Alpha Man hit their worst readings by 3:24 p.m. ET, negative 10435 and negative 14,855.13 respectively, synchronized downside climax.
Fox at negative 10435 versus Anusha 25 underscore 12 at 8,397 at 3:24 p.m. ET. That elevator is going in opposite directions.
36 minutes left until 4 p.m. ET. First place pays $1,000, second $500, third $250, and right now The throne belongs to one trader with $8,397 on the board.
Alpha Man sits at negative $14,855.13 as of 3:24 p.m. ET. One stock traded, zero realized cushion. That is a tough tape to survive.
Screaming Anusha 25_12 locked in that $8,397 reading at 3:24 p.m. ET, and with momentum up 8,411 on the week, the crown is glowing bright.
$3:28 p.m. ET, and Abhijit Kaktekar stands tall at $8,500 as of 3:28 p.m. ET. The throne in the breakout is blazing with just 32 minutes left.
At 3:26 p.m. ET, AFJK prints plus $3,673 for Lucas Marin. Low trade count, high precision. That is how you snipe a podium.
Gasping. At 3:27 p.m. ET, KRUS deteriorates by negative $9,620.37 for Varaprasad Gholi, a statistically catastrophic single symbol shock.
Groaning. SecUQ clocks Roshan. AAPL for negative $10525 at 3:27 p.m. ET. Leverage is a chainsaw and he grabbed the wrong end.
At 3:27 p.m. ET, SQQ detonates for negative $9,395 against Chidnambara Raja. The volatility gods demand sacrifice.
SQQ clips Sudhir Kumar Chitla for negative $475 at 3:27 p.m. ET. Even the smaller hits are stacking up in this volatility storm.
Chuck Woods Rahul Davis a $644.5 lifeline at 3:27 p.m. ET. But after that earlier KR plunge, he is still digging out of a crater.
At 3:31 p.m. ET, AMZ explodes for plus $8,318, and Abhijit Kaktekar tightens his grip on first place. The throne in the breakout is blazing.
Gasping, per 3:01 p.m. ET car registers a positive $3,139 expansion for Goldie Gold, a statistically significant rebound after prior contraction in MU and SNDK.
KR flips again at 3:31 p.m. ET for negative $3,027.5, and Rahul Davis is getting tossed around by pure closing bell turbulence.
At 3:31 p.m. ET, KRES unloads negative $15,094.89 on Ravi Kirangoli. That is a catastrophic single-ticker implosion this late in the session.
Concurrently, at 3:31 p.m. ET, KRUS declines by $9,400.59 for Varaprasad Goli, layered on top of a $6,288.15 PNW deterioration, an extreme volatility cluster.
At 3:35 p.m. ET AMSN explodes for plus $8,410 for Abhijit Kaktikar, and as of 3:36 p.m. ET, he is commanding 8,640 total. The throne in the breakout is blazing.
At 3:35 p.m. ET, subtracts $5,735 for Chidhambara Raja, followed concurrently by a $9,585 SQQ deterioration, a statistically rare dual-sided leverage collapse.
KRUS just detonates for negative $15,234.75 at 3:35 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. That is a leaderboard crater you can see from space.
KRUS strikes again at 3:35 p.m. ET, ripping negative $9,540.45 from Varaprasad Goli. The bottom of the elevator is absolute mayhem.
Gasping between 3:34 and 3:35 p.m. ET, SNDK swings from positive territory to negative $4,863 for Goldie Gold, while MU adds another $1,907 drawdown, a severe intraminute volatility cascade.
with just 24 minutes left, and as of 3:36 p.m. ET, a budget Kaktakar sits at $8,640, miles ahead of Lucas Marin at 3,410. The $1,000 first prize is glowing in his hands. At 3:39 p.m. ET AM Zen detonates for plus $8,452, and Abhijit Kaktakar storms to 8,747 total. The throne in the breakout is blazing with 20 minutes left.
Groaning. SNDK rips minus $6,276 at 3:39 p.m. ET from Goldie Gold. That kind of whiplash is how you tumble to negative 3,839.5 on the board.
Pan W unloads minus $6,518.48 at 3:39 p.m. ET on Viraprasad Goli. The bottom of the elevator is absolute carnage.
At 3:39 p.m. ET, SQQ chips another negative $695 off Sudhir Kumar Chitla, steady erosion pushing him to negative 1434.
Gasping, a dual shock at 3:39 p.m. ET as TQQQ drops negative $915.5 and SQQQ sheds negative $1285 for Saikiran Shet, correlated leverage compounding the downside.
20 minutes remain, and as of 3:40 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar leaves the elevator at $8,747. Lucas Marin trails at $2,880, and the $1,000 first prize is almost within reach. At 3:44 p.m. ET, AM Zen just detonated for plus $8,602, and our Bijit Kaktakar is blasting to 8,836 on the day. The throne in the breakout is glowing white hot.
AFJK prints plus $3,243 at 3:44 p.m. ET for Lucas Marin, but he also eats a $637 hit. He is swinging for second like a man possessed.
Groaning. SNDK rips minus $8,851 at 3:44 p.m. ET from Goldie Gold. That is the kind of reversal that erases a good afternoon in one ugly candle.
But Meta fires back for plus $3,275.5 at 3:44 p.m. ET, and even a big win of 1,081.5 at 3:44 p.m. ET cannot fully patch that damage. The volatility is savage.
At 3:44 p.m. ET, KRUS registers negative 1.952 for Ravi Kiran Kohli, a near instantaneous collapse into deep negative territory.
MU snaps back for plus $880.5 at 3:44 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis, a pulse of green and an ocean of red at the bottom of the elevator. At 3:47 p.m. ET, AMSN absolutely detonates for plus $8,636, and Abhijit Kaktakar rockets to $8,922 overall. The throne just got reinforced with steel.
AFJK punches in another $3,668 at 3:46 p.m. ET for Lucas Marin, and he is locking down second, like he welded himself to the podium.
But at 3:47 p.m. ET Car fires back for plus $1,694 for Goldie Gold. That is a counterpunch trying to claw out of the basement.
Screaming, Tower just nukes $3,263.5 at 3:47 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis. That comeback attempt just got flipped upside down.
Pound W bleeds another $6,457.43 at 3:47 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Kohli. Relentless pressure from one ticker all afternoon.
12 minutes left in the breakout, and as of 3:48 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands at $8,938. Lucas Marin chases at $3,668. The $1,000 first prize is almost within reach. At 3:51 p.m. ET AMSN explodes for plus $8,446 for Abhijit Kaktakar, a throne reinforcing blast that keeps him towering at 8,801 as of 3:52 p.m. ET.
As of 3:52 p.m. ET, Lucas Marin holds $3,668 in second place, a statistically significant but distant buffer from the leader with time rapidly decaying.
TQQ slams Saikir Anshet for negative $995.5 at 3:51 p.m. ET, and that drawdown drags him to negative 2,115.6 as of 3:52 p.m. ET.
Groaning, rips another $6,091.13 away at 3:51 p.m. ET from Varaprasad Kohli, and that ticker just will not stop punishing him.
A sharp mean reversion as PLTR prints plus $844 at 3:51 p.m. ET for Goldie Gold, partially offsetting earlier SNDK damage.
MU fires back for plus $981.5 at 3:51 p.m. ET for Rahul Davis. That is a late round counterpunch with seconds ticking away.
With 8 minutes left and Abhijit Kaktakar at $8,801 as of 3:52 p.m. ET, the probability curve strongly favors a first-place lock, unless another extreme outlier event materializes.
At 3:56 p.m. ET, Abhijit Kaktakar stands atop the breakout with $9,010. As of 3:56 p.m. ET, the throne is blazing with only 4 minutes left in the session.
At 3:54 p.m. ET, AM Zen exploded for plus $8,370, and then MSFT stacked another $436 for Abhijit Kaktikar. That combo basically welded first place shut.
KRUS absolutely cratered at 3:55 p.m. ET for negative $15,499.49 on Ravi Kirangoli. That is a seismic shock in the basement ranks.
At 3:55 p.m. ET, SQQ drained $10835 from Roshan, Arpalan. Another reminder that inverse ETFs cut both ways late in the day.
MU did offer Rahul Davis a modest $882 recovery at 3:55 p.m. ET, but it only partially offsets the earlier KR drawdown.
SNDK flipped violently at 3:55 p.m. ET for negative $7,285 on Goldie Gold. That is a momentum reversal you can feel in your chest.